this music is very loud. Just a second here. It's awesome, epic music. None better, but yeah, there can be too much of a good thing. Okay, now I can hear myself think. That's better. And check my sound inputs here. There we go. That looks better. Okay, well, my fine feathered friends, I've been busy. I've been very busy with stuff related to moving. I have not had a whole lot of time for playing Ark. I've been packing, I've been de-junking, but I did put in a little bit of work on this build yesterday or the day before. And I said I wasn't going to do this. I said I wasn't going to rip down half the structure and rebuild it since I found out that the proportions were a little bit wrong, but I kind of had to. Because last time I streamed, actually, Ark was not cooperating. And so I actually streamed playing some actual Skyrim, which I need to go back and update that thumbnail to reflect that. I just remembered that I didn't do that. But anyway, and I actually was walking around Dragonreach in-game, and I realized that I had too much of a gap here. Like, I had like a full-on walkway, and there should be like practically nothing here. Like, basically, like, there's just the building on the other side of the bridge. And that made it possible for me to rework some of the interior if I ripped all that down and make the proportions of the inside feel better. And so, yeah, basically I ripped off the front of that building and the front of this building and the sides as well, because I'm redoing the sides here to make these proportions better. I've still got my stupid ghost tree that won't go away. I would have chosen a different build site had I realized that this was a thing. I did not. And so it is what it is. Yeah, we've got a tree in the middle of the entry hall and another one over here. This one at least is mostly outside. Just has some branches poking through, but yeah, we've got ghost trees that won't go away. That one, and that one. But of course, this one is the most annoying. So we've got that going on, and then also I'm experimenting with a new to me mod that I had not used before. I was looking for one that would give me some intricate wood carvings to add some details to the structure, and I finally found one. It is it took a while to find because it does not look like, from the listing page, it doesn't look like it would be a structure mod, because it's not, strictly speaking. It's basically like a gameplay overhaul RP focused kind of mod. It's called Warriors of the North, and it includes Viking themed weapons and armor and like a whole farming system and food system and its own custom crafting and all kinds of stuff. But all I wanted was the structures, because I found out that it had these gorgeous looking carved wood pillars. So I'm combining those with some of what I already previously had. I've got a lot of different structure and cosmetic mods going on here. The stone at the bottom of this, I feel, actually works really well with the color of that plank wood from the Viking mod. And that particular stone is actually from Castles, Keeps, and Forts. And this here, yeah, this is the frontier wood floor, which I liked better than some of the modded wood floors that I had access to, because it just looks tighter, like there aren't gaps between it. And that's kind of what I wanted for the Jarl's Hall. And then I found that this area actually needs to be wider, and so I'm going to be popping the walls outward here. I added foundations underneath off stream, in order to be able to make that work. There's only so much you can do working from pictures, you know. Actually getting in game last time made a huge difference. Hey Abusa, welcome. Hello. Welcome. Yes, you are indeed first today. But I didn't really announce that I was going to be doing this. Oh, we did have a lurker first. Hello, Al10. Welcome. All right, so that's kind of where we're at to start with. I'm trying not to get too involved in the cosmetics of it just yet until I know kind of what I'm doing regarding the actual structural stuff. But, you know, I have to also know that I can make it work with the decor. And so that's why I am doing a little bit of decor stuff here and there as well. And honestly, if I had approached this the way I did Hogwarts, which when I did my big Hogwarts build in Ark Survival Evolved, I actually laid out like the head table situation and the stage with the owl podium and all of the tables and the central aisle. I laid out the Great Hall before I put a roof on it, because that was the only way I could know how big I needed to make the Great Hall. So I kind of feel like I should have done the decorating inside here before I finalized the roof details and stuff like that, because then I would have noticed some of these things needed to be bigger. So yeah, live and learn. And I'm going to need to pull up some of my pictures as well, though. So are you guys excited about Genesis coming? Hopefully, supposedly today. We shall see, I guess. Are you excited about it? I'm excited. I'm excited to take a look at it. At the same time, I don't know how much time I'm going to have to play it. Okay, let me show you what I'm looking at here as far as a picture. I found actually somebody did this 360 video of Skyrim. Can you go away, please? Which means that that while you're watching the video, you can actually, can I please change the resolution of this? You can actually like pan around and move the camera location, which is pretty cool. And that's kind of the closest thing I have to actually looking at stuff in game. Okay, so this, I'll show you the channel after I'm done with this, but see, it's a 360 video here. So I still need to figure out how to do those things there. I wish I could move my location to be higher. But you see up here, like the bridge, basically, there's a very tiny gap there, but not much. And then right into this entrance hall, where we've got the 4 tiers of braziers beside the stairs. But these here, so there's benches, there's not a whole lot else. It's kind of a waiting area, I guess. But then this is what I kind of had missed before, that this pops out quite a bit before the actual kitchen. There needs to be more space on the sides there. So we got a little bit of there and then like that. And obviously whoever made this was using some mods. Yeah. But this helps to get a look at it. So yeah, this is from the channel The Gamer Bay. And we also take a look at also a 3D model that I was using for reference. This is on Sketchfab. Yeah, so this guy, Alex Tench, made this 3D model that's been really helpful. Of course, it's not totally perfect, but it's pretty close. It's pretty dang close. So basically, I'm moving this wall of this structure over and this wall of this structure over. Which means in order to keep things centered, I'm probably going to have to rework part of this. I'm going to have to rework part of the sides. It's kind of a whole thing. I might take a break from some of that and work on some of the interior stuff. Just because it'll help me with getting the outside stuff right too, I think. Yeah. So that's the plan at the moment. And swap back to the game screen. And move my little picture to where I can see it off to the side. There we go. So, yeah. And now it's going to go in... What time of day is it? Okay, brighten it up a bit. Okay, so... I might need to make those windows go down a little farther, but let's try, just for the sake of it for now, putting some benches in here. Ooh, this is, there's a cool Castlecraft set of benches. Hey, officially Skelly, welcome, welcome. All right, is the Twitch stream working as well? Would somebody mind going over and checking for me? You should, if you don't have the link to the Twitch, you should be able to get that by typing !Twitch in the YouTube chat, or vice versa. If you're in the Twitch chat, if you type !YouTube, it should post a link to the YouTube. But I just want to make sure that that is also working over there. And I do have a kind of a mini game over there, by the way, too, that's only on Twitch. Oh, and I didn't change the name of the stream. Just a second here. Okay, and switch this to arc. All right, that's better. Oh, thank you for the follow, officially Skelly. Appreciate it. And okay, looks good over there. Why is my birdie game not working? It should have popped up a little bird with your name on it when you type in the chat. Let me try. Should be, you're supposed to be up there. Okay, that worked. Manually spawning it worked. Maybe there's just a little bit of a delay. Okay, let's move it up a little higher on the screen. So anyway, that is a thing that will stay on the screen for 10 minutes and then despawn unless you keep chatting. And if you type !pet, it'll give you commands that you can use, like !eat. And !glasses, love. I haven't even tried all of them myself. So yeah, so that's a thing. If just type !spawn, it's supposed to spawn it automatically, but it doesn't seem like it did. So just type !spawn and that'll make it spawn for you, and you can have one of your own Skelly. And yeah, the colors are random, so I don't know what color burb you'll get. Hey, Dan, welcome. Hello, hello. Okay. There. Okay, so yeah, we've ripped up a bunch of the structure, and now we're trying to get back on track here with building this. Let's see what options we got for benches. These are the Castlecraft ones. This one, I do like this one. Let's try this one for now. I don't think the one in the game is painted like this, but it should be. Medieval people actually like color a lot. We can tend to think of it as being a blah, boring, mud-colored time in history, but they're finding evidence now that a lot of the castles actually were plastered and painted on the inside, and a lot of the furniture that they had was painted all kinds of bright colors that would even look garish and kind of tacky to us nowadays. Apparently bright colors were a sign of wealth, and so rich people like to wear the brightest, most flamboyant colors and also decorate their houses with the brightest colors they could get their hands on, which is kind of cool. Okay. I'm sorry, Dan. It's not a matter of me gatekeeping it. It's a matter of YouTube doesn't send out the right kind of code or whatever for the creator of the little game to be able to make it work with YouTube. I didn't code the thing myself. I actually bought it on Etsy, if you can believe that. Etsy is actually a pretty great place to buy one-of-a-kind digital things as well. And so I've bought a lot of my like custom emotes and stuff like that on there. Yeah, I do like those colors together. Certain colors were expensive, so it's very understandable why nobles would make their homes colorful. Yes, exactly. So anyway, I'm going to mostly stick to how it was in the game, which wasn't with a lot of color, but I'm not going to fuss if some of the furniture's more colorful than it was in the game. So, okay. Now, I'm trying to figure out how to make the inside layout vibe with the outside. Now, it made it seem from the video like there should be. That's why I made it this way in the first place, was I made it so that the wall was here. But then that didn't make the outside big enough, and there wasn't enough space for some of the other parts of the build. This is tricky. Tricky. Okay, let me see what all is supposed to go in here. I've also got a folder of screenshots. Hey, Zan! Welcome! I hope things have been going well for you. I know you've been real busy with some stuff in real life. So I hope all that's going well. Okay, shirts and Skyrim. Here we go. Interior. Okay. So that's the inside with a view of the rafters. This is top down. Of course, this is an artistic rendering that somebody did. See, I've got this square here. And then we've got like this sitting area there. Okay, and then this is the view from inside. Or wizard chambers. Accidentally held down the click. Okay, so from here we can look and we can kind of see this back corner a little bit. Got that side table. And we've got a gallery up above as well. Okay, there's where you can see the angles of the roof. That's kind of helpful there. So that does go down to like one story high. But it is a very steep roof as well. Okay. Here's a view from the gallery. And then this is interior stuff in the living quarters. That's from a modded version, I think. But it is cool with the dragon skeleton. Okay. Oh, what color bird did Zank get this time? I can't read the names above the birds. Oh, are they all color changing right now? What was that? That was kind of cool. I don't know what they were doing. Okay, let's... It's hard to reconcile that with this, though. That walkway is like there. Kind of makes me want to go walk around Skyrim again in game for a little bit. Okay. Let's see how this would work if we were to put that. This doesn't seem like enough space between the stairs and the doorway into the kitchen area. Where's that top down again? Just trying to avoid having to redo a bunch of stuff again. Almost feel like you have to be a detective or something. Okay, now how many pillars over is that? That's about 3 of the big pillars, which that's about 6 arc walls over, it seems like, and there I have nowhere near that much space. It's really interesting trying to figure out the different proportions, translate something from arc to Skyrim. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna not worry about the roof for now. We will take care of that once we've got the inside figured out. Okay, and so these pillars are we're gonna want these to be starting from about here. Okay, and we've got both ornate pillars as well as more plain pillars, but we'll use these to start with. And then unlike in the lower portion where they were closer together, and oh, they're also not supposed to be lined up with that. The stairs need to be considerably wider, actually. Okay, that makes more sense. The stairs need to be wider. At this rate, even if they delay it, I don't know if I'm going to finish this before Genesis comes out. But hopefully someday we will finish it. Okay. Yes, I think this will definitely make it a bit better, though. Yeah. Are these quarters? Yeah, they're quarters. Okay. Well, I guess the Jarl likes having an impressive staircase. Make people feel small as they approach. This is not, yeah, it is combat music. Exciting music for just doing a bit of building, but we're listening to the whole Skyrim soundtrack at the moment. I could turn it to something more chill if you'd prefer that. It's great. Okay, good. Yes, it's music for me combating a knotty building problem that I am struggling to unravel. Which, speaking of Skyrim, by the way, Dan, Our mutual acquaintance Maddie Conway put out another Skyrim video a few days ago. Have you seen that one yet? For some reason it didn't come up on my YouTube suggestions, but I was super excited when I saw that it was out, and so I had to go and watch that. And it was really good, of course. I would expect no less from our boy. Well, this though. Supposed to be, actually, you know, I think I did that wrong. Yeah. This should actually be more like this. All right, Zant. Have a good lurk. Yeah, I think that's better. You know the words to the soundtrack in Dovahkiin? That's pretty cool. Or Dova? I don't know how they say the name of the language. Dova speak. Okay. I think that looks good. Okay, yeah, that's better. Dovazul. Okay, Dovazul. Very copy-paste enlightened. Well, hey, it's an important survival skill in today's world, right? Okay. So now we need these, which I might use the move tool to make them bigger. I'm not sure about that yet. But yeah, these should be like there. The problem is that entrance seems like it should be over like that far. Which actually that doesn't, it looks like the entranceway actually is closer to the stage, or whatever you call it, the dais. So yeah, let's undo several hours worth of work here. But hey, we did it once, we can do it again. It'll be faster the second time, right? Now what's keeping this afloat? I think it might be that some of the architect structures pieces don't require foundation support or something. There we go. Easy come, easy go. And now we need to move all of that over this way. About 2 foundations. I think. Boss music incoming. Am I gonna have to move all of that too? Maybe. Maybe. It is what it is. We'll worry about the roof though after we do the interior. Interior first this time. Okay, so it looks like this should go more or less straight back from the edge of the stage. So this room should be about lined up like this. Or it looks like it's about 4 deep and 4 wide, assuming the pillars are 1 arc foundation apart, which I'm not sure that they are, but I've been going off of that presumption. That would make this wizard's chamber about this big. Not sure that's big enough. Wait, when... Doesn't those... That doesn't... That math ain't mathin'. Those are not square, even if they are an even number of pillars apart. What the heck is going on here? I think I might need to introduce some quarter ceilings somewhere. Or just go for 5. 5 would allow for a roof overhang as well, which might be better, maybe. Hey, Mikey! Yeah, well, we'll see. Right now I'm tearing down half of it, and so that might slow me down a little bit. See, this is what I get when I try to build things the way most ARC builders build things. When I try to actually build before I decorate. That was a mistake. I should have decorated as I went, like I usually do. So the doorway is going to be lined up about this. So I think the room needs to be a little wider. I'm not supposed to build like you. Yeah. You and Aaron and Lance and most of the other ARC builders, they all build before they decorate. But for some reason, that just doesn't work for me. This seems like a better size, I think. It might end up being super janky though. Okay. Well, we will give that a try. I'm going to have skins on this, or I might even replace it with something else. So right now the stone walls are just a placeholder. That might actually, maybe that should be some quarter walls. This might be better being a foundation there. Or I could go with like this. Something like that. Ish. It's kind of what it looks like in my reference picture. And that means that this wall would go here. No, I think it does have to go out all the way to here. Yeah, these heights are a little wonky as well. But I think I can deal with wonky if I have to. That does have to be an even number, otherwise the pillars on the inside are going to be weird. So that means that this does need to be the center. Like that. Hey, Arc Monster, welcome! Hello, hello, and Charlie! Hey! Well, tell Lance I said hi. What's he building? While he's waiting for Genesis. I think that this would be better if I do it like this. Something like that. So we've got room for the little sitting area, basically. It's so weird trying to translate all of this. It looks from this picture like it should be more like this. That and then like that. It doesn't work in other ways. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to start using some quarter ceilings. Because some of these dimensions just are not working otherwise. Just waiting for Genesis to drop? Yeah. You've seen those warriors from Hammerfall? They have curved swords. Yeah. So if I was to do it that way, how many pillars wide do they have it? 1, 2. That would be about 5, 6, 7. 7 from this corner to the edge of the dais. And that's the ones that are closer together. So the ones that I was assuming were about 1 foundation. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ones by the doorway do seem a little wider though. I am not a math person. How did I get into this? This is why I usually prefer to build in a much more organic way rather than trying to copy another build. The Sovngarde theme, nice. Yeah. Now, how would, if I was to assume, how'd that look? I don't know if that would math any better. I know that won't work. And it looks like the archway into here doesn't actually have to line up perfectly with those. Okay, looks like for this, if this had some quarters, if this was like this, how would that work? This is why I usually prefer to build off stream, because it doesn't make for very exciting streams. It's mostly me looking at something from different angles and pulling my hair out for most of the stream. Yeah. Almost sounds like a Soviet anthem. Well, that's probably what the Soviets were trying to draw upon, you know? They were trying to make it sound like history or whatever. I mean, a lot of different nationalistic fascist types. I'm not making any sort of political statement here. I'm just stating historical fact. A lot of them like to pretend that they are historical, or they like to draw on history and talk about how they're trying to return to the glory days of ancient history. That's actually why the Nazis chose the swastika as their symbol. Was they apparently claimed it was some ancient Norse symbol, and that they were returning to their roots, which was a lie, of course. It was an ancient Hindu symbol, and they changed it as well. It wasn't exactly the same, but anyway, that doesn't really matter. Okay, 1, 2, 3. So if I was going to do it this way, then I'm going to have to swap these out for quarter ceilings so I can put a pillar in the middle of each of those. Because it looks like it's supposed to have 5 pillars across. Something like that. I think those dimensions work better for this being 5 pillars across. And then that would mean that if we were going to make the wall match up with this, to be about like I want to go back to a life that isn't all consumed by technology and screens. Yeah, I hear you there. Like, especially with all the AI garbage. It has made me somewhat... Okay, I will admit this. This is probably going to make me sound like a terrible person. But I remember reading somewhere that a really big solar storm could basically act like an EMP for, like, I don't know if it would affect the whole planet or just the side of the planet that happened to be facing the sun when the thing went off, but a huge solar flare could act like an EMP and could, like, wipe out electronics across a huge portion of the globe. And I've kind of fantasized about, you know what? Maybe that wouldn't be such a bad thing. Like, maybe it wouldn't be so bad to be... I mean, it wouldn't wipe things all the way back to, like, the 1800s, but it would probably wipe technology back to the level of, like, the 60s or the 70s or something, at least. What would be really kind of interesting and kind of scary, though, this was something from a different YouTube video I was watching recently. It was talking about if something like that were to happen, how much data could potentially be lost, though, because we act like and we think that, you know, oh, well, if it's online, it's forever, right? All of that stuff lives on servers, though, which are made up of like extremely thin, extremely delicate silicon wafers that have to be kept cool and kept at just the right situation and just the right temperature. I mean, if those data centers lost power and everything got too hot in there, those would start to degrade pretty quickly. A strong enough solar flare can cause an extinction event. I mean, it theoretically, I suppose, might be possible, but the thing is, with a solar flare, it's mostly invisible radiation and like a pulse. Like the living, it wouldn't affect living tissue for the most part, apparently. I don't think, at least not from what I've heard. I mean, a powerful enough one could do anything, but it doesn't have to be that powerful in order to knock out a lot of electronics. Is that right, though? Does that look right? I think that looks about right. And then how would this look over on this side? And this really shouldn't be sticking out like this. I really should move the whole wall out by that much, probably. But I don't really feel like it's necessary to do that. I feel like popping back into Skyrim, you know, excuse me for a little bit, Jarl Balgruff, while I run around with a tape measure here and measure your hall. I really don't want to start messing with halves like that, because it's gonna make things janky down the line. It's gonna make problems. So what if I didn't? I think this would be fine. I don't have to get that crazy. It's crazy enough. You think it would all? Yeah, that would be a problem for sure. Yeah, it would. That's why I feel like a terrible person for sometimes thinking that maybe it wouldn't all be a bad thing. Because, yeah, it definitely would be a very bad thing for a lot of people in a lot of situations. I think it's just, we all kind of are getting to a point where we're just kind of tired of technology, especially technology that doesn't serve us, but instead, I mean, technology that was supposed to make our lives better, and instead is like making people lose their jobs. So, yeah, I think this will be good like this. Yeah, that looks about right. And then this should be about like that. And I mean, when you've got crazy stuff, like you've got technology companies and marketing companies literally doing research where they're like hooking up EKGs to the brains of people doing their marketing research so they can figure out exactly how to best manipulate people into wanting whatever it is that they're selling. It's kind of gross. It's like all of this has gone a little too far. We need some kind of a correction here. And that's got 2 windows on the side. It looks from this like this is wider and that's narrower. I don't know what the deal is with that. And I don't know why I'm talking all depressing today. Sorry about that. Potentially, yeah, especially in some areas of the country. I think a lot would depend on who was in charge at the time, but you know, like there are, it's a classic thing that fascists and dictators have long believed, that, you know, oh, never let a good emergency go to waste, right? Never let a good crisis go to waste. They love using stuff like that to manipulate people to get their way. That gives me an extra quarter wall in width, though. You know, screw that. I'm just gonna go with what's a little more mathematically simple, I think. Pretty much seems to be the case. And we've gotten to a point where we're all so cynical that we just kind of accept that that's the case. Like, people used to expect more of their public servants, but we've more or less given up on that nowadays. And 5 would be there. And this, that, ish. Okay. Yeah, but then how do I center the windows in it? It doesn't really work. Well, I guess I could just use quarter walls and maybe. And this is also supposed to have 2 windows here. Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah, exactly. I really Really hope somebody gets their head out of their rear end and starts regulating that stuff. Either that or I hope all of the AI companies just go under. I saw a podcast recently with Adam Conover that was actually pretty hopeful in that regard. It was talking about why AI companies are losing right now. Because, yeah, I mean, they've been trying their darndest to shove all of that down our throats, and it still is not making money. I mean, they're still losing money by the billions and can't find a way to make it profitable because people don't want it. Like, why not go from the crazy principle that business used to operate on, and which as a lifelong entrepreneur myself has always been how I've tried to do business, which is you find a need and come up with a creative solution, and then you use marketing to tell people about the solution you came up with. Isn't that a revolutionary concept? Instead, what they're doing is, oh, we have a technology, let's think of some problems that maybe this could solve, and then let's use marketing to tell everybody that they have this problem and they need to buy our product in order to solve that problem. This problem that they don't actually have, but we'll try to convince them that they have this problem. Like, it's completely backwards from how business really should operate. Yeah. I mean, I'm obviously not against capitalism. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm glad that I'm able to have my own businesses and stuff like that. But it does seem like things have gone a little too far. And there needs to be some kind of a correction in that regard. Okay, now that looks good, I think. And now I'm gonna take a look at my floor plan here. I'll share the screen again so you can see what I'm seeing. So we are working on this here. And we've got a set of interior walls just ahead of these windows. And you can see it's confusing because these pillars are not evenly distanced everywhere. Some places they are, and some places they aren't. So anyway, I think I might actually need a wall and a quarter in width there, so that these rooms here, we've got like a storage room and a bedroom, so that those can be a little wider. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I mean, influencer culture. I've seen this. I'm old enough to have seen this over and over and over. And the fact that I'm also a history buff means that I've also noticed this in studying history, which is that you have people who come up with something really cool, who put their blood, sweat, and tears into inventing something that helps society. Like, you know, maybe it's art. Maybe it, you know, somebody comes up with some technology that really helps people. And then other people have to come scurrying along and figuring out how they can twist it and misuse it just to make money, just to better themselves. You know, artists work really hard and spend lifetimes studying how to create incredible, inspiring works of art, just to have, you know, people go, you know, oh, well, you're being elitist if everybody can't make art like that. It's like, well, everybody could if they put the time and the practice into trying to study it and become an artist. You know, just start practicing something, learn a skill. It's really not that complicated. But yeah, artists learn to do something the hard way, and then people have to come along and try to figure out, okay, well, that's cool, but how can we do the same thing but easier and not put that much time and effort into it and make the whole thing just feel cheaper and not as good? How can we make a shitty knockoff of that? All right, enough depressing talk. On a much more fun topic, has anybody tried Mecha Chameleon? Like, I just discovered that game literally yesterday. I had seen it in the Steam store, but I hadn't even clicked on it to find out what it was about or anything. And then ButchX3, he finished what he'd set out to do in his stream, and he didn't want to, you know, set another objective and stuff. And so he's like, okay, well, I guess for the rest of the stream, there's this goofy new game that just came out. I guess I'll try some Mecha Chameleon and see what that game's like. And so he played it a little bit solo, and then somebody said, hey, you should set up a server and some of us can hop in and join you. And so he did. And I was like, you know what? I was in the middle of like sorting through papers and annoying stuff that you have to do before you move. And I was like, you know what? I'm sick of this. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go play Mecha Chameleon with Butch because I can. And so the game is $6 on Steam. Full price. It's $6. And so I was like, okay, yeah, that's crazy cheap. I'll just buy the stupid game and give it a try. And it was actually ridiculously fun. And it makes me want to try it some more, actually. Okay, now this is actually not quite the same proportions as the original room. I'm just kind of experimenting with it, because really it probably should be a half wall situation in there. YouTube's been recommending clips of that game for weeks now, and it's hilarious. Yeah. It really is. I mean, I put out one short of me playing it yesterday, which performed pretty abysmally on YouTube, better on TikTok, but it's always like that on this channel when I try to do something other than Ark, especially other than Ark tutorials and building. Kind of making me think that maybe I should set up another channel for non-Ark projects. But Anyway, it's just really goofy fun, and it's such a simple premise for a game. It's definitely not fancy graphics or anything. Like, the characters don't even have a climbing animation. You literally go up against a surface and you kind of float upward when you're climbing. But it doesn't matter because it's such a fun concept. Yeah, I think that'll be a better proportion. Design cars in Photoshop. That's so cool. That's really cool that you did that, Hayabusa. Was that like just for fun, or was that your job? And yeah, honestly, I don't think that it's gonna stick though, because there's so many reasons why AI just isn't. It doesn't work. It doesn't make business sense long term. Rich idiots are throwing money at it right now because they think it's the future, and they haven't stopped to think about exactly how that's supposed to work. Like, they've forgotten the fact, I mean, they're so used to throwing around money that they've forgotten about the fact that actually where their money comes from is all of us. If we don't buy their products, they don't make money. And I think they've forgotten that, and they're starting to have to try to relearn that a little bit. Because yeah, I thought it was something that gave me a lot of hope when I heard that some company, was it GM, some big company, actually had to go and rehire a bunch of the engineers that it laid off because the AIs that they thought would replace those engineers were actually not producing high enough quality work. Imagine that. Because you know what? Also, those AIs need training data. Who's going to keep providing the training data if there aren't any more engineers actually doing the work, if there aren't any more real artists actually creating things for them to try to rip off? I mean, AI learning from other AI art is just going to be like a copy of a copy of a copy, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse with every generation. And they've tried to just hire people to create training data for the AIs. And of course they've got some people who have agreed to do that, but a lot of artists and engineers are like, screw you. Why should I work to train a robot to replace myself? It's not like you're going to share the profits from me on an ongoing basis. No, you're just going to kick me to the curb and take my job, and then just say, oh, well, sucks to be you. So why should anybody else care about improving their AI? mean, it's kind of awesome and kind of crazy that there's a little bit of a resurgence right now also in dumb electronics and dumb technology. I've been saying for a really long time that if some company was to literally just make a business model of making dumb appliances, like, you know what? I don't want my dishwasher to talk to my smartphone. I just want it to work really well as a dishwasher. Can we just have that, please? And just make it a little cheaper since it's not going to be AI. Is that so much to ask? You know what would be really awesome? Just give me a modern version, and by modern version I mean just literally it's not 60 years old. Just a newly manufactured 1960s dishwasher that was simple enough that anybody who was a little bit technically inclined could figure out how to fix it themselves. How about that? Yeah, appliances don't need to be smart and have an app. They're just all trying to compete with each other. And they've decided that that's the metric they're going to compete on. And it's stupid. And if some company was to come out and say, hey, we have a dishwasher that just works really well. We have a dryer that'll just dry your clothes. And it's not smart. And it doesn't have to be. And it also can't be hacked, by the way. And it also can't harvest your data and sell it to tech companies. It just literally does what it's supposed to do and nothing else. I bet they'd be billionaires if somebody actually created products that the customers want and with the customers' needs in mind instead of the corporations. Okay, so this has been Hot Takes with Songbird. You guys are a bad influence on me. Okay. Yeah, I think this should be enough space with what we've got in there. In that room, we've got like an L-shaped desk, a couple of carpets, some storage around the sides. I think this works. Oh, you did it as the car thing? Was that as a hobby? Cool. The heat of the tropics and the sun. That's awesome. You know what would probably help the mood around here at least a little bit? There we go. That's better. Speaking of sunshine, reminded me of that. Unfortunately, some of us live in parts of the world where that isn't quite so feasible for much of the year, but absolutely, if you've got tropical sunshine and it's not 100% humidity all the time, then absolutely that would be way better. I don't think that it needs needs to be there. Don't think any of that needs to be there, actually. I think this should end there. You gonna seriously insist on getting stuck there and just being annoying? That is indeed an Argentavis. Very pretty Argentavis. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna plop some things down in here as kind of placeholders. What could we put down in here? Obviously, we don't have anything like an enchanting table. Here, this is like a magical chest or something. Put down one of these here. And that's like a cryopod thing, I think. Wall decorations. Feeding trough. We'll use this as a placeholder for a desk type of situation. Now I need something that's a smaller size than that. The only good thing I could think could possibly be done if time traveling was a thing was to use it in paleontology. That could be pretty cool, for sure. Some days when I'm starting to think like this, though, I think, you know what? Maybe the whole Industrial Revolution was a mistake. Maybe we should undo all of that. But I know, then we'd have people dying of disease and injuries all the time that are curable by modern methods. Okay, and so this, there should be a pillar. There should be a pillar like these 3 spots in here. Like that. I know. I wouldn't be able to talk to all of y'all. I never would have met any of you. So yes, there definitely are some very good things about modern technology as well. There definitely are. Okay. That looks good for this room. I think everything will fit in there the way it should. And then in here. Okay, we need a bed. Just to make sure everything's going to fit the way it should. Take a look at that. I have so many mods on here, it's not even funny. I normally don't put as many mods as I have on here on any of my community servers. I keep the mod limit to like, I try to keep it under 5 gigabytes of mods per server, because, you know, I'm trying to be sensitive to the console players and stuff, people who don't have amazing PCs, who will tend to struggle more with when the mod list gets too bloated. But since this server is just me, just building stuff, I kind of went a little nuts. And I've got like almost 10 gigs of mods on here, a lot of which are deco mods. I may not even use all of them, so I may end up removing some later. But for now, at least, I've got a lot of mods on here. So I have a lot of options when it comes to various pieces of furniture and decor. And on the other side, we have like a desk, and then there's like storage racks on the walls, I think. We'll come up with better solutions to these later. But for now, we're just trying to get a sense of how things will fit. Okay. Castlecraft bookcases, sure. What does this one look like too? This is the MSD. This is, I don't even, which mod is that even? I'm not sure which mod that even is. Oh, that's a good looking bookcase. If time travel existed, going to the future should be the only thing permitted. Yeah, I mean, that might be good. Just get a look at where things are heading or something. I actually like the smaller one better in here, I think. Yeah, I think I like the other one better. Actually, that would look a little more similar maybe to something like the enchanting table. Anyway, okay. Basic gist of that. I think that's gonna work. Hey, Jim Bobs. Welcome, welcome. Is that Shadowfell? No, reading back over the chat I missed there. Yes, you are correct, Dan. Also, it would create a paradox. Without the Industrial Revolution, how would time travel be invented? Uh-huh. You are correct. You are correct there. Okay, well, this definitely makes me feel a lot better, even though it means I'm going to have to redo all of this and make my life hell, and I'm probably not going to finish this before Genesis drops, and who knows, I might not even get to finish it at all, but at least it won't bug me so much, and it'll fit better how it's supposed to look. Yeah, I don't think the past can be changed either. It's one of those things where it's more like a thought experiment that people like to play around with, right? Like, what if? That's how all good stories, especially like fantasy and sci-fi stories, kind of start with a what if proposition. What if this thing that we take for granted in the world was different? How could that play out? What would that look like? I'm glad that you enjoy it, that you are enjoying it. It's gonna look good when it's done. It's coming along, even if I am rebuilding a good portion of it. I'm learning that I really do need to do things my own way, because this is what happens when I try to do things the way other people do them, you know? Like most ARC builders build and then they decorate. That's how Aaron Longstaff builds. That's how Mikey's Gaming Oasis builds. That's how Lowell's at Lance builds. That's how all the big builders, that's how they build. It seems like they build and then they decorate. I can't do that. It just doesn't work for me. Because if I build first, how am I supposed to know how big to make something if I don't know what's going to go inside it? How do I know how big to make a room if I don't know what's going to go into the room first? Like, I know that they build based off of, you know, they're building like a craft project, right? They're just building something to look a certain way on the outside, and then they'll deal with what goes on the inside, you know, or let somebody else deal with that later on and figure that out later. But I mean, especially when I'm trying to create a structure that actually exists in another game. And so it has a certain amount of things that are supposed to be inside, and it is supposed to be set up a certain way. But also, I just, even if I'm building something just for fun, I like to try to make it something that would work as an actual ARC base, you know? And so I want to be able to know, okay, where would the indie grill go? Where would the indie forge go? Is there going to be enough room for storage in this space? Where would people breed dinos? Where would people keep their kibble farm? You know, I have to answer all these questions. And so, yeah, I always have to decorate as I go. Like, not completely decorate, but I have to at least get my floor plan figured out. Because otherwise I build the roof and all these details, and then I realize, crap, I didn't make the room deep enough. Crap, the room needs to be wider. Stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. Skyrim does not give me the exact measurements. Look at the baby RG, is so cute. Somebody should take the model of the baby RG and make it into like a shoulder pet RG. I think that could be cool. Like just a shoulder pet hawk or something. You're so cute. All right, let's see if we can mirror what we did over on that side over here. And then this is going to go backwards. Go like that. Over. Set. Are there any quarters? Okay, that is just 2. Okay. I was already done. Bus Roda. I was watching a video the other day. I don't remember the creator's name right now, but apparently he's a modder who mods a lot of different games, including Skyrim. And he had a video called "I Make Your Stupidest Skyrim Mods." And apparently the video was based off of a live stream he did where he took suggestions from people for the very stupidest ideas they could think of for Skyrim mods. And then he actually made them and tested them out in game and went on and made another one. And then in the end, he tried to play with all of these mods active, and it was hilarious. Yes, these were very stupid mods. Very stupid. like somebody suggested the idea of modding the Fussroda shout so that it also shot out like 10 aggressive chickens whenever you did that. It would spit out all of these chickens. So that was a thing. And then there was also one where in order to defeat a dragon, you had to beat it in an argument. And so literally when a dragon would spawn, you know, you'd see a dragon flying overhead, and then it would spawn a pair of lecterns, and the dragon would be at one of the lecterns. And there'd be some really stupid topic brought up by chat, I guess, that the Dovahkiin would have to debate the dragon on this topic. And whoever lost dies instantly. Yeah, it was very stupid, but very funny. And there was a bunch of different stuff like that. Oh yeah, there was another one where what if Khajiit were like real cats, and occasionally, for no particular reason, a Khajiit will just appear in front of you and will just lay down in the middle of your path where you're walking. And if you walk over it, you will immediately ragdoll, like it'll make you fall down. Yeah. People are very creative when it comes to coming up with very stupid ideas. It was, yeah. It was quite a thing, though. Oh, so Jim Bob has a mountain of homework to do when I wake up. Always streaming when you can't fall asleep. Aw. Well, I'm sorry that the timing works out that way. Maybe, at least this is not a stream where you're liable to be jump scared, right? You'll just hear me droning on and on. So if you like falling asleep to somebody's voice, you can just leave it on. And have a little bit of Skyrim music and hear me whining about modern technology like some old curmudgeon and talking about stupid Skyrim mods and stuff. What more could you want? Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but number 4 is made of quarter ceilings, and it is. Okay, so if that was a, okay, we've got 1, 2. Yeah, I think this is 6 wide. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 6 wide by 5 deep. Okay. No jump scares until you finally get Twitch redeems. Yeah, I need to figure out how to set up some of that stuff, but it sucks being in the middle of moving. Lucky to get to stream it all. At the moment, moving sucks. 2, 4. No, actually, this needs to be quarters as well. There. And then in the middle here. Here, I think. Wasn't it here? I think that's right. Yes. Okay. And that is too wide there. Yes. Okay. What led me to decide to take on this build alone? Well, I kind of was thinking that it had been a while since I've done like a big showcase type of build. Just for the heck of it. And I figured it could be a fun project to work on, and also, you know, could potentially be good content for my channel. Could be good for streaming. Kind of like when I did Hogwarts in ASE, and I did get to see how that did. I did feel like that helped my channel long term, even among people who didn't watch the original series. It kind of helped me build a reputation as a builder, kind of, which back when I built that, I had just barely hit my first 100 subscribers back then. And so I was trying to be strategic, because I've been an entrepreneur most of my life, and I know that, especially in this kind of thing, reputation is everything. And I was trying to figure out ways of shortening the curve of I mean, most people, when they start a YouTube channel, and this is just the reality, most people, there's so much to learn. There is so much to learn about YouTube and about the algorithms and thumbnails and titles and everything, that it is very, very normal for people to make videos for 5 years, 7 years, 10 years before they really start to grow much at all. And I knew that I wouldn't really have that much time to spend on it. And I was trying to figure out ways of using my life experience, because I mean, I could see the fact that I'm in my 40s as a drawback, because I'm not one of these, you know, one of these pretty young things in their 20s that are, you know, becoming streamers or whatever. But at the same time, I've got a lot more experience as a business owner that a lot of these younger streamers and content creators don't have, because a lot of people approach this as a, you know, oh, I want to become famous type of thing. And I've never been about that. for me, it was always, this is a business that I would like to get into, because I feel like it's a business where I could, you know, I see needs, I see people having questions that not a lot of people are making videos to answer. I see a need that I could help with, and I could, you know, find a way to create a business around that. And I've been poor my whole life. I grew up very poor. I've never really had the, I've never really been able to have a hobby that was just for fun. I mean, every hobby I've ever had has also had to at least pay for itself, because I just, you know, I never had money to spend on something that was just a hobby. So if I was going to be able to afford to continue to do something, I had to figure out how to make it at least pay for itself. And so I always approach any new hobby from that perspective. Can I at least get this thing to pay for itself? And so the entrepreneurship has kind of all been tied up in the hobby hopping that a lot of us ADHD people tend to do. But I've really enjoyed the community that I've been able to find around it, and the community has been huge all along the way, because it's just a reality of business. And as someone who's probably autistic and has spent you know, my life studying people and what makes them do what they do and stuff, in large part because I don't really just fit in with them. If you fit in with the crowd, then you just accept it. You know, it's the classic thing, fish don't know they're wet, right? They just accept that, oh, well, that's just the way things are. But if you don't fit in with that, if you're on the outside of the way much of society tends to operate, then you study it. You're like, okay, why do people do things that particular way? What is it that makes people want to do business with these people but not those people? What is it that makes people tend to congregate together? What is it that creates communities? And you study these things. Anyway, it's a very, very, very long answer. But I've seen how good doing big builds like this can be, kind of for my brand. And it's also just a lot of fun. And I haven't done it in a while. I haven't done anything like this really since Hogwarts. And so I wanted to do something like this at least once in ASE, but I didn't want to do Hogwarts again, because obviously I've already done that. I wanted to pick a different, very recognizable big build. Shoot. Sky's blue again. And so I thought of a bunch of different ones. I thought about, you know, maybe doing a castle from Game of Thrones. I thought about maybe doing a real life historical castle. But as soon as I thought of the idea of doing this one from Skyrim, I was like, yeah, that's the one. Because I love Skyrim. Everybody loves Skyrim, right? Skyrim's very recognizable, and this is the most recognizable castle in Skyrim. And I just thought it looked like something that would be fun to try to build. It's just very iconic, but it's got a lot of interesting details. Okay. Man, I wish I could get rid of these stupid ghost trees. Okay, so we've got full wall and a half, doorway, quarter wall, doorway. Okay. A door and a half. Window that you couldn't actually see out of because It's got a tree in front of it. Okay, yeah. Like that. It looks the same as the other side. And this one is also going to have stairs going down as well, because this one has stairs down to a cellar, apparently. Is there a way for you to make a Nazim and not lock him in the dungeon? Yeah, I totally should. What kind of dino do you think would be Nazim? Like, I thought about something like a Pego, but he's not really a thief. He's just annoying and stuck up. So what would be a good Nazim, you think? What have we got over here? Okay, so we got the quarter walls and then the doorways. Never should have come here. Yeah. Dan doesn't like Skyrim? What? What? How is that even possible? Is it because you like Oblivion better? I can respect that. I like Oblivion better too. But still, Skyrim is iconic. Yeah, Oblivion was way better. Yeah. I do want to do an Oblivion playthrough sometime. It would have to be the remaster, just because when the remaster came out, since I own the original version, I decided to play both of them and compare them. And oh my gosh, to get the original 2008 version of Oblivion to play on my PC was a massive pain in the butt. And it was very not like, I could not get it to be okay with multiple screens, for example, because it wasn't set up for that. And so it would not let me get my mouse off of the screen of the game to click on anything else in any other window. It was super, super annoying. So it would have to be the remaster if I was going to play it. But I have an idea for an RP playthrough I'd love to do someday. Maybe it would be a good thing for me to start another channel to do, since Arc tends, for some reason, a lot of different creators have noticed this. Arc has kind of a cult-like following. A lot of people love Arc, but then it seems like most of the people who watch Arc only watch Arc, or they only want to watch Arc. And it is really difficult to get anything else to really work on a channel that is primarily Arc. I don't want to have to start from scratch on another channel, but if I want to play other games, I think I'm probably going to have to. Because like my last Subnautica video, I'm just not going to be able to keep making Subnautica videos, because oh my gosh, that did the worst of any video I've done in quite a while. I just can't justify the time to keep making the videos if they're going to perform that terribly. Maybe a leech as a theme. Ooh, wow. Wow. Tried playing Morrowind last year. It was a nightmare. The game really needs a remake to work on newer computers. Yeah. Yeah. Skyrim still works on newer computers, at least the new what was it, the Skyrim special edition or whatever, works on my modern PC. A little annoying to get it to let me move the mouse to other screens, but I was eventually able to find a workaround to make it work, at least. Okay, so this does need to have space for a stairway, like right here, I think. No, this about like that, I think would be a good size. Morrowind can only be completely redone, in your opinion? Yeah. Well, it's so old that it really does have to be remastered if it's going to be brought forward into the future. I kind of doubt they will. I mean, they started with Oblivion for a reason, I think, with the remasters. If they were going to remaster Morrowind, they probably would have started with that one, I would think. I mean, I don't know. Could be mistaken, but that's what I would guess. Okay. I'll worry about making the cellar later if I get around to it. Now let me take a look at how... Oh. Okay, let me show y'all what I'm looking at here again. So this is, once again, that floor plan somebody made on like DeviantArt or something. Anyway, I think this is supposed to be the cellar. So is it really over there? It's not like directly underneath? Or are they just showing it over there? I don't know. Anyway, and we've got two windows on this side, but on this side, between those pillars, we have, of course, our big fireplace. Okay. There's Morrowind is in the ESO. It's in Elder Scrolls Online, huh? I actually own ESO, and I tried it back in the day because I was a huge fan of Elder Scrolls. Before I found open world survival games, they were the most open world games I'd ever played. And so I was obsessed with them. And where is that? Anyway, they were the most open world games I'd ever played, and I really wanted to like ESO, but it just felt like endless fetch quests to me. Like I wasn't finding the really good storytelling that I loved so much in especially Oblivion and then later Skyrim. Okay, so that's the inside of the kitchen. And then where's that other picture? Oh, it's this. There we go. Okay, yeah, this is basically right at the edge of where the stairs are. Okay. That's what I wanted to see. There's rumors of a new Morrowind in the making? Well, that would be cool. Reading back up, Zant said that's why you should be a multifaceted channel from the start. Yeah, that's a good idea in theory, but the thing is, the algorithms, as they have been, really reward you for niching down, and it's very difficult to get a foothold and get started as a variety channel. It can be done, but it is definitely hard mode. And when you start in the beginning, I mean, I started my channel because of Ark and because of the community that I had kind of already found and helped create in some instances around the game. And so it was natural that I would be an Ark channel. And I didn't think I'd ever want to branch out from there. I didn't think I'd ever get tired of playing Ark. Honestly, I never touched another game for 5 years. The thing that broke me of my 5 years long obsession with Ark and only Ark was ASA. I love ASA, but at the same time, it has so many technical issues from time to time that it kind of forces you to take breaks from it. It's like, how are you supposed to play a game seriously or really enjoy a game that sometimes you just can't play at all because it just will not let you play it, because it just keeps crashing every 15 minutes or something like that. Like, it doesn't get that bad very often, but sometimes it has. And sometimes I've just gotten a little burned out as well, especially after a big project. Like, I mean, ASA has been out for 2.5 years now, roughly. And it came out in like, it was 2023, right? It was like end of October 2023. So yeah, almost 3 years now. And every year since it's been out, I've taken about a month-long break from Ark in February, and I don't plan it in advance. None of the times have I planned like, oh, I think I'll take a month-long break from Ark in February. No, never, not even once. But, you know, all of the stress and everything from Extra Life, and then moving on into the Christmas season, and then right from there into the new year, and without really any kind of a let up or a break. And then the first time it was because of technical issues. The game kept crashing. I couldn't even play it at all, and I just got really frustrated, and so I took a break. And also there were so many other cool games coming out that I wanted to try, like Enshrouded and Pal World and Nightingale and all of those. And then, so that was 2024. And then in 2025, I did the Monarchy 6.5 thing. And that was just so intense, as far as it required so much time and work and everything. I just got very burned out on Ark because of that. And I just needed a break. And I needed a break from Ark because of the Monarchy thing, really. I think I'm going to need to make a niche in here. And I think we're going to need to add in, I think this should be either 2.5 or 3 walls wide. 'Cause 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 Trying to take a look at it. Yeah, I think 3 would probably be the best. That'll make it look the most centered, I think. So yeah, we're just going to pop it out a little bit like this so we can have a nice recessed fireplace, nice hearth. Enshrouded is an awesome game. Absolutely awesome game. I love Enshrouded. I play, it's a game that I play even still with my husband sometimes. I haven't made a lot of content on it just because, once again, my channel suffers when I make videos about anything except Ark. But if I was gonna, if I had to quit playing Ark for some reason, I'd probably switch to being an Enshrouded channel as far as building and stuff goes, because I just really do love that game. And I have ideas for different playthroughs of it that I would love to attempt sometime. Okay, and let's, so we need a nice curved wall here. Now, what did he, I know he just added a bunch of new stuff to this mod, but I don't know. Okay, here's a little hack I've discovered for Nucleus. When you're looking at the page for a particular mod in Nucleus, the items for the mod will be mixed in with all of these things that are not items. Like, basically, these are settings or variants or different things that are code that exists in the mod, but it's not a thing that you can spawn in. And so Nucleus has to scan all of that in order to find the things that can be spawned in. And I found that the quickest way is to just quickly flip through all the pages of the mod. This one has 43 pages of stuff. So let's go through all 43 pages real quick and then back. And then see, it sorts them better the second time through to where it's only showing me the things that I can actually spawn in, because they're lit up with the aqua text there rather than being grayed out. And this mod has a ton of stuff that can be spawned in. It's kind of crazy. But I was specifically looking for the new cobblestone structures. I thought he added those, but I guess those are maybe coming in the next update. Nope. What did he call that? Yeah, and see, now it's down to only 9 pages. Nine pages of actual things. Colors. Curved, sloped, and shallow quarter wall. I'm hoping he'll have this in stone once he adds the stone tier to this. Although I don't love jumping puzzles, the building system in Enshrouded is fantastic. It really, really is. I love Enshrouded's building system. It is a really unique kind of blending of a completely destructible world where you can terraform and dig into the terrain and change the shape of the terrain, along with a block-based building system, but it uses much smaller blocks, so you can have a lot more detail to it. And then it adds in like a micro amount of procedural generation so that different pieces, even though they are blocks, when you get to a corner, it'll automatically go to a variant that looks like a nice corner. You know, when you cut in a window into a wall, it'll automatically give it a nice window frame, and different little things like that are just so nice. And then also the fact that the terrain blocks behave differently from the from the building blocks, that they blend together nicely so the terrain doesn't look blocky. And if you want to build more organic shapes, which I have in the past, you can build those using terrain blocks instead of building blocks. And then the decor pieces, and the fact that the decor pieces don't have to align to the same grid as all the blocks, the decor pieces can be rotated any which way you like. It just allows for so much creativity. Okay, I'm probably going to have to use an ASR piece for this. What are they called in ASR? I think they're gables. Or CKF. CKF might work. I've got CKF arches. I'll take a look at those. But those are a different color of stone, but most of this that is stone that you see around me is not going to be stone when it's done. I'm going to be putting cosmetics on it or swapping it out for a decorative version or something. So that might be fine. And then, what is it called though? In ASR. Got these, but I thought there was an arched piece too. It might just be a variant of these. I don't know. I'll take a look, I guess. Hey, Shell! Welcome, welcome! Was there a raid on Twitch? Are my Twitch notifications not working? Because I had... Oh, hey! Hello! Welcome, Shell Raiders! I don't know what's going on with my notifications, why those didn't work. But welcome! I'm glad to see you here. If you are not familiar with my content, I'm Songbird, and I make videos and stream about Ark and other survival games. Mostly building, some tutorials, and I also love playing with mods, so some modded gameplay here and there. And yeah, today, here, I'll back up and let you take a look. I am building Dragonreach from Skyrim in Ark. So, what is up with the lighting right now? Come on now. Add space 0. There, that helps a lot with the lighting. This map, it just wants to rain constantly. Anyway, yeah, the roofs are there, but I'm redoing a lot of what is under those roofs, so I'm probably going to end up tearing all of those down and redoing them. But yeah, trying to make sure that everything is going to fit inside. So I'm going back and doing a little bit of kind of decorating just to make sure that things will fit, and I've got the rooms the right size before I go on to things like adding roofs. Because that's the way I gotta do it. I can't do the normal thing where I build and then I decorate. It just doesn't work for me. Okay, so this is the kitchen fireplace. Thanks for letting me know about the raid, by the way, guys, since for whatever reason my notifications are not working, even though I worked dang hard on setting those up the other day. Okay, so this needs to be fairly low. Yeah, kind of like that-ish. Maybe a little higher than that. Well, no, I think that's actually pretty good. It's just that I need it to be a shallower angle, I think. See, do I have a more shallow arch? I've got that one. thanks so much for the raid. And I hope you had a fabulous stream. Were you playing Ark too? Anyway, enjoy your rest. Go get something to eat. I always am hungry after streaming. Nope, no arches there. I think I'm going to have to make this work. Okay, so let's... This is the half wall. The arch. Border as well, and let's maybe grab some of the foundations while we're at it too, or the quarter ceilings. Like that. Dang it. Okay. I think that having this be a slightly different color of stone will actually work really well, probably. Back to wall. Nah, we'll just use the regular one. There's a half vertical wall. Huh. That's pretty cool. So anyway, yeah, my streams tend to be pretty chill streams. Especially if I'm building. So if you, they're great for talking about all kinds of things. We discuss all kinds of topics. And I also, if you have any questions I can answer about Ark or servers or settings or anything like that, I'm happy to do my best. Okay. That looked good. Now let's maybe try make these fit better. I think if I do that half vertical wall again in here, that may be that may help with making the arch here look better. Do not want to snap your own half wall, do you? There. Why are you rotated all weird? There. Yeah, I think that looks good. And then we'll put a mantle above that. Now, let's see, I think there's a settler quarter ceiling, isn't there? Villager. No, we need the settler. That's that's the one. Okay. No, I don't like the gaps in that. Only need like an eighth of a wall. I need it to stick out just a little bit. Might need to use the move tool or something. But I don't know if y'all will think that's cheating or not, though. There are ways of getting a snap point that is somewhere in between these two, but it gets a little complicated. I'm not building this intending on making a tutorial because this whole build is way too complex for that. But I might make tutorials on different elements of it, different parts of it. And it might just be simpler just to use the move tool, but let's see if we can get that snap point without. And the way we would is, oh, there's a little teensy tiny triangle. That's something I didn't know was there in CKF. Okay, well, let's look at the regular triangle then. Okay, because with this guy, this is a different width. So if I use this to point backwards and then I use a regular ceiling, yeah, get a couple of these, so we'll have a nice snap point to snap it back from. So if I go like that and then I snap back forwards again, and have to force it to do that, then you can get a little bit of a lip like that. So I might do something kind of like that in order to get a nice little mantle shelf here. Okay. So now we got the snap point out there, but then these guys are not going to want to snap forwards usually over the triangle until you give them another square to snap forward from. So that's what we're going to do. Get rid of those. And then we'll use some quarters. Yep. Gotta get it this. There we go, like that. Although, let's try. We'll try some different variants. Let's try the plank quarter wall from Warriors of the North, or ceiling. Quarter ceiling. Where is the plank quarter ceiling? There's the quarter. Okay. And then also want to take a look at the CKF settler one. think I have those. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, but those have like the wavy gaps in them that I don't think I want. So there's that. There is also that also has gaps in it. I think I'm just going to need to make it out of the keith stone and use wood as a decorative accent. The original one in Skyrim, which I have reference images on the screen next to me here, had carved wood accents. There, that gives us a nice little lip. And then the thing is, though, if I want to get rid of all of the scaffolding kind of holding that in place, I need to give it another snap point potentially, because here, let's just see. I'm not sure this is going to stay if I remove these. Let's see, it might. Nope. Yep, that's what I thought. But all is not lost, my friends. There is a workaround we can use for this. Okay. We need to give it some other foundation support is what we need to do. So let's grab some of these pillars and some of these pillars as well. We might also grab some keep pillars. That's the one. All right, so we need to give it some support. Oh wow, that blends in really nicely with that. So that if I wanted to blend in, I could do that. Or if I want it to stand out and be an accent. Whew. This I was going to use at the end, the edge of this. Like that. So it's going to be there anyway. Could do a thin one. No, I don't like how that looks. Yeah, and it's going to be annoying with letting me remove it as well. Okay, so we're going to use the keep pillars, I guess. So we got that one, and I'm going to go into ghost mode here, which makes this easier, but you can do this without ghost. You just have to remove structures underneath you until you can reach the ground. Come on, give me this snap point. You silly thing. Well, that works, actually. Okay, yeah, that's the snap point. And then I'm going to follow that all the way underneath, removing structures where I need to make sure it's snapped to the right thing, all the way down here until it goes through the actual ground. Which I've built this way above the actual ground on a substructure. So that I can add dungeons under here later. So yeah, that means it has to be a ways away. And then I'm going to go into debug structures. Which does not require a cheat command, by the way. You can do this even on official. But then when I look at this, it tells me that it is Foundation. Okay, so it is providing support. Okay, so that is now supported, at least on that side. I'll do the other side in a second, but let's see. Yep. Now it is supported, so now it's all good. And quarter wall. Is there a quarter wall? Okay, yeah, there is one with carving on it. Yeah, that looks good. Another option, if I want to make it really shallow, though. Hey, Killentor, thanks so much for the follow on Twitch. By the way, I should have mentioned this earlier, but for the newer people on Twitch, I have a little birdie game. You can see a little bird flying around on the top of the screen there. You can interact with that, and and I haven't been streaming on Twitch for very long, Killentor, so it doesn't surprise me at all. Anyway, if you type !spawn on Twitch, it will spawn you a little birdie pet. And if you type !pet, it will give you some ways that you can interact with your little pet. And then as long as you chat at least once every 10 minutes or so, it'll stay on the screen. It will despawn if you don't. If you don't chat very often, but you can get it back or get another one if you just do !spawn again. So whose is that on the screen right now? I cannot, the text is so small that I can't actually read it. But see if I can zoom in on my screen here. Okay, that is Xant's. Ooh, got a nice color one this time, Xant. It's kind of a green. Okay. So yeah, you can spawn one in with !spawn, and it can be up to like 10 at a time. So let's see. Oop, I got one too. So I can have it do, let's, I'm gonna pat my little bird. So yeah, that's just kind of a fun little thing we have only on Twitch. Only the people on Twitch can do that. Unfortunately, I didn't code it. Whoever coded it, it said that it doesn't work on YouTube, and there's no way that they can currently make it work on YouTube with the way YouTube's code is set up. They don't allow for that kind of interaction. But maybe someday. Maybe someday. Now, would this look better if I had it like that? Still be room to put a few things on the mantle. That'd be better. Maybe. All right, now you've got foundation support? Yes, you do. think I like the way it looks with the more shallow one. I think it looks more realistic. Okay, we got our nice hearth. And then we need a little railing over here. Yeah, let's try the keep ornate railings. I think those are closest to what is in the game. Yeah. Nice. And then that Viking mod that I added, Warriors of the North, actually does have a roasting spit. Yeah. Nice. Okay, then we have space in here for a couple of long prep tables and some storage around the sides. Should work. And over the windows here, I don't even remember what I was using in the windows before. I think I don't remember which of the skins that I was using. I think it might have been the Elven Structures, or it might have been Castlecraft. Hi, kitty! My kitty's being very needy. What, kitty? It's okay! What? I don't think she approves of me being on the computer instead of spending all my time and attention on her, as I should be. Okay. Something along those lines. That looks pretty good. I like it. Okay, we'll worry about skins later. And then over in these corners, if the little floor plan I found online is to be believed, then there should be a round table on one side and a rectangular one on the other side. Your cats are sleeping now? Yeah. I wish my cat was sleeping. She'll probably go to sleep eventually. Castlecraft tables, yes. Oh, and... oh, what is this from? I don't even know what mod that's from. Settler's table. Oh, I think that's the crafting table for that. ASR has wood tables too. GOR, what is... I don't even remember what all mods I've got on here. Let me look at my mod list real quick, which has 35 mods in it. See if I can remember. Arctic structures, yeah, there's the clingers, additional rustic structures. There is castles, keeps, and forts, castlecraft decor, wall and floor decor, ultimate explorer decor. Oh, okay, this is the one, I guess. Yeah, this is a new one to me. I haven't tried yet. Clifton's GOR Conquest decor. It's supposed to be kind of Game of Thrones themed, I think, but I thought a lot of it might work. And then there's also Gwyden's medieval structures and decor. I have that one as well that I thought I'd try out. And then this is the Warriors of the North one. I probably should have also added visual storage, but we'll go with these for now. Sorry. I've been getting up a lot earlier than I'm used to. Okay, so this is from the, I think this is from the Game of Thrones mod or something. That's pretty cool. That'll belong in a back room of, yeah, King's Landing. Yeah, it is a map of kingdoms in Game of Thrones. Anyway, I might put that in a back room, but not in the front area here. Okay, so let's try the Castlecraft tables. Okay, I thought there was a nice round table. And dining table, stone table. What does this one look like? I do not remember. Oh, it's cool, but a little, it looks like a body should belong on it in a morgue. Oh, there's another round table. We'll see which one we like better. They appear to be identical. This is probably the one I would use. Either this one or the Viking one. This one. Yeah, I think maybe I'll use these for like the fancy ones around the fire or something, and use this for over here. Turn off alignment so we can mesh in another one and make it longer. Like so. Nice. Okay. Oh, CKF has a utility fireplace. I probably could have just placed that. It has a chimney set. Well, we can at least take a look at it. Seems like it'd be rude not to. Oh, it's not quite big enough anyway. It's cool though. Be nice for in individual rooms or something. Okay. Oh, I thought there was some kind of a bonfire structure or something like that. There's also some fireplaces from Warriors of the North, but those are also smaller. Okay, well, we'll probably just put campfires in there, at least for now. But we do have B+ on here, so at least I can size them up. because B plus lets you resize a lot of crafting stations. If I swap the B plus variant, then I can increase size with G. Now, the thing that annoys some people about resizing structures with B plus is that if you do that and you have snapping enabled, then they snap the same as if they were regular size. They don't snap like spaced apart the way you might want them to. Like if I make another one like this and size it up, they still have the same snap point as the original, so then they end up meshed through each other, and that apparently drives some people crazy, and they can't stand that. But for me, when I resize structures, I'm not used to expecting them to snap, because of course that would completely change the snap point. So I just turn off snapping, and if I'm resizing something, I just replace it. It's not that big a deal. But it's been enough to turn some people off of using B plus entirely, which I think is a little crazy, but to each their own. Oops. Oh, this music makes me so nostalgic. Okay. Yeah, I was just going to be deep. I think that's going to be deep enough. I'm a little annoyed by the fact that there is some of the terrain poking through, but it is what it is. I'll figure out a way to deal with it. Okay, let's look at my screenshots here again. And once I find the one I'm looking for, I'll share the screen. Well, this one's a little fuzzy, but you can see this is a view straight onward like that. And the stairs up to the dais there are the same width as these stairs, which is pretty dang wide. There's our... We need a map there, okay. A chest there. Gotcha. Okay, this shows... Okay, there is like a secondary platform. Like I thought there was, and it doesn't look like it's super deep. Like just enough for the Jarl's chair, pretty much. And these things on the sides, these side sections, they go almost all the way to the wall, but then there is stairs downward back there. This looks like about an arc quarter wall-ish. Or maybe CKF 1/3 wall might be better. Okay, so I made those stairs wider, so I'm going to need to make these stairs wider as well. Yeah, I think these did end up being about a 1/3 wall high. Which I might change that just to avoid future jank. We'll see how it works being a half wall higher. Okay. Yeah, it really should be deeper. Maybe if we make it slightly higher, we'll be able to get away with that. We'll see where we're at if we do that. Now I finally see the message about the raid. I don't know why this just came through now. But welcome, Kitty Hotzel. Welcome. And thanks so much for the follow. I appreciate that. And I gotta figure out why my alerts are not working. Just a second here. I think I might know why. Now, what the heck is going on here? Music should not be playing in that channel. But it is. Hey. Doesn't have that as an input, so why is it playing in that channel? I think I can maybe make this work though if I do this. No, it's still playing the music in there. I just don't want the music input to be doubled. Okay, we'll try that. Let me test out one of my sound effects and see if it works. I apologize for the technical difficulties. Okay. Well, let me see. Test this again and see if I can hear the audio now.
Hello.
Okay, there, now the audio works. At least I could hear it. Hopefully you could hear it. Okay, there should have also been a sound effect for the raids. Let's test this one. See? That's what should happen. But I didn't see it. Thank you. There we go. I think that I don't think that's a real follow. I think that was from the test. Okay. Oh, and by the way, another thing that I set up, I'm not sure if this works on YouTube or just on Twitch, but you can build a pyramid. If you know how to do that, you can build a pyramid in chat, and it should trigger an alert if you successfully build a pyramid. And apparently to do that, you need to, put just an emoji in the chat and then get somebody else. Although I think the same person can do it. In the next chat, you have like 2 emojis and you build out a perfect triangle of emojis. And if you get it to a certain point, it triggers an alert. So that's also a thing. Okay. And I did also, Zant, by the way, add a few sound effects that you can trigger by just typing in chat. I have exclamation point thunder, exclamation point sad, and then I've got a couple that are just for admin, Zant, exclamation point alarm, and exclamation point, or no, this one just happens if a user is banned, then it plays a toilet flush sound. So that should also be a thing. Okay, and I do need to set up more of those, but gotcha. Good, I'm glad they're working, Dan. Okay. Now let's see if we do it this way. How much terrain are we going to have poking through? Yeah, I'm still not going to be able to have this very deep because of the dang terrain. Wish I could have somehow tested that before I started building. Okay, let me look at my picture again. Okay. Okay, so the dais, whatever, anyway, it's not perfectly symmetrical. It has stairs down on this side, down to the basement, whatever, on that side. And then it has another small set of stairs, I guess maybe for guards and other riffraff or something. Anyway, over on this side. Like that. Because these stairs aren't wide enough. Of course, we gotta have more stairs. What, kitty? Know quite what I'm going to do with those two sides. Have to see how it looks from the outside if we need to fix that. And this is going to be a little bit of a problem. Well, we might have enough space there to go straight down and then add a turn. I think we'll manage it. Barely. I think I'm going to need to make this wider and then go down. Yeah. That. This music is very inspiring, though. This actually should be narrower. The same width as the stairs. Okay. All right. Okay, now, what the hell are we going to do with this dang terrain? I'm looking forward to them bringing out that map maker thing. I think if that's coming out with Genesis, then I'm looking forward to that more than I am Genesis. And if that lets you alter existing terrain, which supposedly it does, maybe it'll let me get rid of the ghost trees and the terrain that is sticking through my build in places where I don't necessarily want it to be. That would be cool. That would be very cool. Okay, now. There's the pictures of Dragonreach. There's the picture of the throne. Can I see this from another angle, please? There we go. That's the angle. See, it looks like there's like a step all the way around. And that must be why I use that quarter, the 1/3 wall. Because yeah, it doesn't look like this is as high as this. But that's too bad, because that's what we got in Ark. I don't have 1/4 tall walls. I only have quarter walls that are half a wall high. So, gotta make do with what we got. Okay. Doesn't one of those mods have like shallower stairs? I thought one of them did. Yeah, ASR has shallow stairs. But if I use ASR shallow stairs, I won't be able to put a skin on them. So I'll have to make sure to pick one that I either like as it is or that I can paint. Since you can't skin things that don't exist in the base game. Looks like in the original one, the stairs were wood. Where's the wood stairs? Ah, there they are. All right, let's see what those look like. Oh, of course, they've got a gap in them. Well, I don't think anybody would notice or care if I made these stone instead of wood. Because, yeah, can't see through them that much. What about if I put a stone shallow ramp or something under it? Can I do that? Okay, it won't let me. It'll probably break the stairs if I try to do that, but what I could do probably is a quarter. Yeah, it's gonna cover it up. Yeah, I know. Right. Stone it is. Aren't there any shallow stairs in like CKF? Hi, kitty cat. Yeah, you back to whine some more? What? What's the matter? What's the matter? What? Is it really that bad? I just filled your food dish. You just wanted attention. Oh, you don't like the bunnies in your living room? The bunny gets to run loose in the living room today. Yeah, you'll just have to ignore him. Hmm. You know what? Actually, there's another potential option. If I don't want to use the vanilla ones, which I don't love how the wood shows through like that. I think Castlecraft has a skin for a ramp that makes them look like stairs. Let me try that. I have way too many cosmetics. That's Gothic craft. Where's Castlecraft? I got Elven Structures, CKF Cosmetics. This is Castlecraft Decor. Oh, here it is. Okay. Let's try the village, the castle, and the settler. It might be in the trim set though, so let's also try that. Can you even put... Yeah, it skins them just the same as if they were ramps. And nope, that doesn't go on there. All right. Here's my variant cycle gun. Yeah, there's not a closed wood stair variant of that one. Aha. I preferred if the stairs were wider, but that could work. Maybe. Yeah. Oh, now there's a closed gap wood stair. That's cool. I like that one. It's pretty dark, but I think that could work. Just for the heck of it, let's see if Elven Structures has anything like that, because I know that that has colors in it that I've been using already. Yeah. I don't have a stair variant. Well, what about maybe... What might have a CKF could possibly, maybe? And their skin set. It is cool that at least it gives you a shallow roof variant. And it's got its own radial menu instead of working with the gun. It does have a stair variant, but it is an open stair. I don't want to be able to see underneath. Roof ramp and plank stairs. Do these have a shallow stair? Quarters. Roof with a skylight. That's cool. Plank ramp. And plank stairs, which are not ramped. And there's a quarter. Okay. I'm in that modder's Discord. I'm going to have to ask him if he'd consider maybe adding closed wood stairs and maybe adding shallow stairs. Okay. But anyway, good to know that those are an option. For now, I'll probably just put in the ramp and I'll finalize the skin later. I just needed to know that there were options so that I knew that this building decision could work. Okay. You know, I did a thing back in the day in ASE, make shallow stairs. I wonder if that would work. Thought that CKF had a bench. Did they not add it to the ASA yet? Okay, let's index again because I've added a bunch of new mods. No, don't import, just index. There we go. Re-index mods. Okay. We gotta wait a minute while it does that. Let me go check my soup that I have simmering on the stove. I will be right back. Okay, soup is looking great. And I grabbed an Oreo. Let's see if this crafting table will show me the various pieces that are in here. Maybe a utility, storage. That all, really? I thought maybe he didn't add them yet. I guess I'll just try the Castlecraft one for now. Okay, something really plain like this. Like this could work, but I wanted a wider one. Because this, it just doesn't look like it's the right size. Yeah, that's not really going to work. You won't stack on each other? That's dumb. Yeah, the nice thing about benches is you run right up on them without hesitating. You don't have to jump. But yeah, this is too tall. It's not going to let me do that. I think I might have to just use the use the 1/3 walls. Aren't any other sizes, are there? I think that one was actually listed under railing, but it has a snap point on the top like a wall. Settler railings. Yeah, this would be the wood texture I'd want. So let's see if this actually works. Then we don't have to hide it. You know, I could use that little trick that I used over in there. But I'd have to use it also to try to make a different height. mind playing around with a little bit of jank every now and then. Let's try. Okay, so that would be 2/3 then. Yeah, that's actually right. That's about perfect. Is that visible? Yes, it is, but hopefully it will be. Actually, you know what I can do? Let's do this. What I can do is I can do this. It's all about creative use of jank, my friends. Oh, no. Other side. This side. And then let's do the trick with the triangles again. Might not be enough, but could work, maybe. Now, where's my pillars? Where's my... Not that pillar. This pillar. And it's raining again. Wish somebody would make a mod just to make it stay sunny. Okay. And I think we could basically do the same thing again in order to get one. Just a little lower or higher. Maybe possibly. You know what? Let's just do this for the stone one, and then I'm going to put the frontier skins on it. We actually kind of want the side here raised up just a little bit anyway. So he went down 2/3 and then up and then up half. So what would happen if we went down another third and then up another half? Oh, no, that's just the exact same height. Okay, because that's 3/3. That makes sense. So what if we went down by another 2/3 and then up a quarter? Or, well, half. That ends up being that height. I want something kind of in between. Okay, so that is the full height of a wall below that. Yep. That's right, the half pillar is a different piece. I want it a little lower than that's good, actually. Yeah, that should work. That looks good. And people ask me why I'm not planning on making a tutorial for this build. This is why. It's so complicated, even I couldn't build it again, probably, without watching the whole streams. This is not a tutorial type build. Okay, you are not foundation. All right, well, let's get you to where you are foundation. How about that then? Are you foundation? You are. Okay, good. Foundation. Well, I mean, all of that time and trouble just sort of makes some halfway okay shallow wooden stairs, sort of, kind of. You still have to jump. I'm gonna just have to use the move tool or something, aren't I? I may. I'll leave it for now. I've been fussing at this for long enough. At least I got a slightly different height for the braziers to sit on. We've got thrones. Okay, let's see what we got. We got a Gothic throne. We got a Castlecraft collection of thrones. We got an old wood throne and a medieval throne and a dragon throne. Take a look at all of these options from all of these mods we got at our disposal. Okay, we got this Gothic throne. Ooh, that's kind of cool looking. And we got Gothic throne with platform. That's cool. Not really. I don't think it's really Norse looking. I don't think it's really Jarl Balgruuf looking, but that's cool. And the Castlecraft one has a ton of options, so let's try this one first. Old wood throne. Why is it asymmetrical? What's the purpose of that? I don't know what that is from. Why it would be shaped oddly like that. And then the medieval throne from one of the other mods. Got a wooden throne that's kind of ornate. Got a... We're calling this a wooden throne, but that doesn't look very wooden to me. That's like a gargoyle throne. Looks like something one of the Daedric lords might sit in or something. Oh, geez. This is a throne, huh? Bone throne? Wow. Yeah, this one seriously screams Daedric Lord. Sit there, huh? It doesn't like my cape. It's making my cape do weird things. That's a crazy looking throne. Okay. Not that. Not that. Probably not that or that, but I'll leave them there for now. Let's take a look at the Castlecraft one. have a lot of hope for this one. It's kind of skinny though. Got that one. That one's kind of cool. That could potentially work. We've got a double throne for co-rulers, or a very fat ruler, I suppose. Okay, and that's the same one again. I think so far I like this one the best. So it looks like carved wood. I could maybe mesh in a table or something to act as stairs. Or if I'm going to use move tool anyway, I could use move tool to lower some benches or tables. It could work. Okay, and then there is kind of a fancy railing thing behind the throne. I hope for that, maybe helping to cover up the terrain being annoying. So let's give that a try. Here, actually, let's just do it this way for now. Okay. That looks like about the right size. Did I have that on? That is on B+ stone ceiling. So B+ stuff does not require foundation support, so I don't have to run pillars for that one. Okay. Looks like an arch thing behind the throne. And there's like railings as well. Yeah, it's a bit right. There we go. Oh, that'll do for now. kind of need the opposite of an arch, which I think possibly exists in the Elven Structures Deco mod. I'll check that. I need either for this to be wider, though. I think I could make this wider. We could make that. Okay, now let's see. This will work for what we want. It's not exactly like the Skyrim one, but it's at least a similar shape, so it might work. And where's my variant cycle? Like that. I think that could potentially work. That should be stone, I think. Okay, now what color paint was I using? I had a sticky note where I was keeping track of all my paint colors. Now, which of my sticky notes was it? Because I have a lot of sticky notes. I must have closed that one. Where did it go? Notes list. Yes, please. Where'd it go? I've got way too many screens. Okay, there we go. Paint colors. Okay. Goldstone brick painted with gunmetal. Okay. Was the color I was using elsewhere in the build. I think it's too much with the carved pillars. I think it would be better with the more simple pillars. Like that, maybe? Maybe, possibly? And then we need, I think there might be something like this in, whatchamacallit, wall and floor decor. Thought there was at least. Let's take a look. And actually, this would be perfect for over in here, where the alchemy table is supposed to go. Okay. Wall decor. Trophy heads. Ooh, there's the Ice Wyvern trophy head. Scorched Earth. See, which one would be more Skyrim? Alpha Fire Wyvern, Lightning Wyvern, Regular Fire Wyvern, Poison Wyvern. I'm gonna try the Alpha Fire Wyvern, Poison, and the Regular Fire Wyvern. And then we need a trophy base. Oh no, those are base creatures. Trophy mounts, these. Try a few different possibilities. I might also use the move tool to scale this up and make it big enough. No, that one just looks like a log slice. I don't like that. This was cool. Let's try this one. So the way these work is that they work like a regular trophy wall mount in Ark, in that you do have to put a trophy head in them. In order to display one. So, and then you can craft the trophy heads in wall and floor decor. That one's cool looking. Let's try this. Okay, that one looks more like the one in the game, I think. At least the colors of it do. Yeah, let's use the move tool on that guy. Move it a little bit and size it up. Okay, so move it down and then go up here and change the scale of it. Jeez. I think that's a little too big, maybe. There's that. There's also, wasn't there there was a bone T-Rex head? Is there like a skeletal wyvern head? I think that might work better. Base. No. Bosses. Ooh. There's the dragon. Dragon trophies. From the dragon boss. Nunnacook. Also have that one. Titans. Forest Titan looks really cool. Manticore now. I could have sworn there was some kind of a skull. Maps, I do need that. Map square. Now, what about there's an Ultimate Explorer decor. Does that have a table to craft stuff in? Or how do you get, oh, I think that one, for the most part, the bosses themselves actually spawn the trophies you get from that one, which is really cool. But with the magic of Nucleus, I should be able to spawn them in myself. Let's go through all the pages and then back. Okay. Now usually if it's got the gear symbol, that means it's not something that I can actually spawn, but maybe it just didn't add that because it's supposed to be given to you in game. Bone modifiers. I don't know what that is. Is that a thing? I can, no, it's not a thing I can spawn apparently. Yeah, I don't know how that one works. Okay. Now, if any of them are going to have dragon heads or bones, should be this one, you would think. POR structures. Does that have a... Does that have a crafting table or something like that? GOR. Weapon and shield wall display. Oh, that's kind of cool. There's the POR decor crafting table. Okay, and then what about the Vikings? Medieval. I think that must be this one. Ooh, medieval lights. That looks cool. Egg incubator. Stone statues. grill and the throne that I already looked at. Okay, very, very cool. Anybody hear any announcements at all from Wildcard about when Genesis is supposed to grow up? Chandelier. Street lamp, bowling brazier. Wow, that's creepy. Yeah, no, I think this one's cool though. And it's raining again. These don't need fuel, do they? That's always annoying. What about if I have a generator? If I have a tech generator, then will they be powered? Some things will do that. Will you work? You will. Nice. Nice. Okay. Can I hide you in there so that I don't have to keep putting wood in the fire? Probably gonna have to. Can I ghost in there? There. Nice. Okay. Love it. Hey, Emily. What is it? A dragons? Yes, it is a dragons. No announcements, but Tides and Dragontopia are in the PlayStation Store. Oh, cool. Well, I don't know if they're on Steam, I might go ahead and buy those in advance, but don't play on PlayStation, so let's see. Nope, it does not bring up anything for Tides of Fortune. Ark Survival Ascended. Oh, Ark Survival Ascended is 75% off right now. If anybody wants to buy it for a friend or something, it's only $11.24 on Steam. That's only $2 more than Ark Survival Evolved on Steam right now. That's pretty crazy. Probably an accident, but trust the Ark community to find it immediately. Come on. Snap. What do we do with the glitchy snap point? What do we do with the glitchy snap point? What do we do with the glitchy snap point? Playing our survival. Pull out our hair and keep on trying. Pull out our hair and keep on trying. Pull out our hair and keep on trying. Playing our survival. Ooh, there actually are some variants of this I didn't see before. That's cool. Nice. Very cool. Arrow slit. Huh. Nice. Anyway, the reason why this isn't cooperating is because there's too many competing snap points. So got to reduce the number of competing snap points in the area, and then it should let me place it. No, not that one. This one. Do I have to remove that one too? Seriously, you gonna be like that? You still don't want... There's too many structures in one area, huh? You don't like that. But then a half pillar will cooperate. Will you cooperate over here? You... Well, no. There you will. Okay. I think I wanted darker paint probably on that stone tile texture. Let's try going up to charcoal. That's better, I think. Okay. Okay.
Hello.
Hey, Yamaho, welcome, and thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay.
Hello.
And Himitev, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Feeling more confident in this layout. I think we'll be able to fit everything in here. I haven't gotten the other interior spaces figured out, though. I might have to pop into Skyrim again just to walk around the actual structure in Skyrim to remind myself of how it's laid out on the inside. Actually, you know what? No, I don't want to snap to that snap point. I want to snap to this one instead. This should be less janky in the long run. Alright, yeah, there we go. Well, I don't care if those mesh a little bit. This will be snapped in with the actual, most of the actual structure instead of just with that step that's a funky height. But I think there's a doorway somewhere back here that goes up into the living quarters. I don't remember where the doorway is, and I haven't seen pictures of that so far in any of the interior pictures I've studied. I must have been raided in. I don't know by who, but raid. Just got home from errands. Well, I was raided earlier by Shell. So if you were watching Shell, then that could have been who. Yeah, I would love Shell. Yeah, she's awesome. So yeah, I'm building Dragonreach from Skyrim in art. And that's why we're listening to the Skyrim soundtrack as well. And I'm redoing a bunch of it because of course I am. Because I realized I got some of the proportions wrong. And it was bugging me, so gotta redo it. I kind of wish I didn't need to use these ASR steep roofs because then I'd have more options as far as decorations and skins and stuff, but none of the regular roof angles looked right. They just did not, and so that's what we're using instead. Okay, I might have to completely redo all of the roof of all of the building there. Yeah, it is always half building and half tearing it down and starting over. Yeah, well, thankfully I'm not starting completely over. Some of this I still like. Who knows if I will continue to like it or not, but yeah. And I'm hoping the world editor comes out soon and will let me get rid of my ghost trees here that are annoyingly sticking through my structure. And I'm still deciding I might actually pull this whole thing out at least another half of a foundation, if not a full one. And then that would throw off the wall. Well, I guess with the what I added on the side there, it might work. Yeah, these are a slightly different height because I did this thing here, and then I snapped up from there for the walls, which I really shouldn't have done, actually. And you know what? If I'm going to rip it back this far, I might as well get rid of that source of jank. I can always redo it. I don't mind jank, but I don't want everything else in the structure snapped to something that is janky. I need to keep track of the jank so that I can kind of isolate it and keep it from spreading. It's these guys here. I don't mind those being there, but then I don't want everything above them being snapped that height just because of that. If I'm gonna put things on the sides that are a third higher, then it should just be those things on the sides and not the rest of the structure. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay. Okay, now I was doing, I think I liked starting with quarter walls on the bottom. So let's do that. And I had some nice decorative ones in here. These guys from Warriors of the North. Currently building a turducken in art or in real life. That is definitely an interesting one. I've never heard of anybody building a turducken in art. They're weird enough in real life. Let's try that. Now, center. Make sure that these are centered. I think that is centered. It has a turkey rear end in art. Wow. It has a turkey rear end, a duck body, and a chicken head. It's the weirdest challenge I've ever been given. So who gave you this crazy challenge? Sounds like the kind of thing Captain Fat Dog might attempt. Someone in a chat, huh? Let me pull up my pictures again. See, in this, it does look like there's kind of a little bit of a raised curb or something like outside. Okay, but when I was in game checking this out, like you could step between here, but just barely. Like it wasn't actually a walkway. This might go like under the bridge a little bit, though. I think that might actually go under the bridge. I might possibly be able to make this work. Lurking and tuning in to see the build. It looks incredible. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. Let's attempt what I think I saw there. Which was... Come on now. Could I make this go a little lower? I could, but do I want to deal with that amount of change? And my bridge is all nice and symmetrical right now. I really don't want to do that. I don't think. Not sure if I will keep these quarters or swap them out for something else, but we'll put them there for now. Yeah, I think that'll definitely look better from this side. Okay, and then we want a window on each side and kind of just some carved detail. That window. It's kind of a weird spot for a window. Looks like it's like right smack in front of the pillar. What if we put the window like here? Or we could put it here. Let me take a look again at my reference images. Does look like it's pretty close to the gate. I don't know if it's that close though. Really looks like it's right in the spot where it would be smack dang in front of the pillar, but you can't really see through the window anyway, so that might be okay. Guess we'll try it and see. Oh, thanks for redeeming Gigantify an emote. I missed that. There is a thing you can do on Twitch, by the way, that's kind of fun. I just added it recently, but if you do ! spawn, it will spawn you a little tiny bird pet that will fly around on the screen. You can see there's Zant has one on the screen right now. So it'll spawn one of those for you, and also if you do !pet, it'll tell you some ways that some commands you can use to interact with your little bird. Like you can feed it or pet it or whatever, just for fun. Okay, now how does that look? I think that looks fine. Yeah, that'll be good. Oh, wait. I shouldn't have done that. Those are the wrong angle. Dang it. gateway and gate. Doesn't have an arch over it. I don't think that's the right one to use, though. But now these guys, maybe. Well, it should probably actually be wood. And it's raining again. Okay. Okay, so let's try. There's settler 2x3 gate. Oh, there is, but it doesn't have an arch over it. Let's try the villager one then. Might look okay, but paint on it. Maybe, possibly, I don't know. Try something here. I'm trying to bring in some of the carved wood detail that's in the original. What if I did? People think you can't layer walls in ASA, but you actually can. You just have to offset the snap points. So like if I tried to snap a full wall over a full wall, that would not work. But if I use a partial wall, like a quarter wall, and then just make them overlap. Come on, you don't have a double door with it doesn't have the thing on it. Okay, well, let me try then. Let's try this guy. We can put a skin on it. But now this isn't supposed to actually be like a window. This is supposed to be a solid wall with some carvings on it. So I'm trying to think of how to achieve that. I might end up using move tool, but I'm trying to avoid that as much as possible. Are there some cosmetics that I could use to layer? You don't want to let me layer on there. There's already too many layers for you, huh? Anyway, I'll deal with the decorative details later. For now, I'm trying to make sure everything fits the way it is supposed to. Okay, now for this, I did 1.5. And then I wonder... I just did another solid blur like this. Like that, and then switch to a more decorative one. Now, no matter which gate I end up using, it's going to be the same height, right? Yeah. They are the same height. And I think in the middle on each side there was another window, but not quite as tall. Well, we've gotten a lot done today. I think I'm going to need to go start making dinner pretty soon, though. Gotten a lot done, even though it doesn't look like it, because I tore a lot down, and it looks less finished than it did before, but I'm a lot happier with the way it is on the inside. I think it's going to be a lot less frustrating to work with, because the proportions are going to be closer to what they're supposed to be, and I won't keep having to adjust for jank constantly. And we've got a good start here for sure. We've got a start on our kitchen over here as well, complete with the fireplace, the stairs down to the pantry. And over on this side, we, of course, have Farengar's chambers, the court wizard, with his desk and his various magical things. And over on this side, we got his bedroom, and on the other side, we have his storage room. So yeah, I think hopefully it'll go faster from here on out. And I am really enjoying this new structure mod that I am trying out. It's not actually just a structure mod. It's a overhaul RP mod called Warriors of the North. that includes all kinds of Viking stuff like armor and weapons and cooking and recipes and farming and new crops and new resources and all kinds of stuff like that. But I'm just using it for the structures because I really like these pillars, the fancy carved pillars and the fancy carved walls. So I'm pretty happy with those. Got so many fun details to play around with, and huge mix of mods going on here. So if you want to see how this build shapes up, if you have any questions you want to ask about mods or mixing mods or ARC in general or servers or settings or any of that, always happy to help out. And make sure to check out my YouTube channel as well, especially if you are over on Twitch. I am on YouTube as Songbird Gaming, and I've got a lot of great tutorials and gameplay videos as well, buildings, tips and tricks, as well as gameplay tips and tricks and stuff. So I hope you will check that out. And let's see who we should raid out to today. So over on YouTube, let me get that lined up here. Customization. Who can we raid? Okay. A lot more people raiding at this time of day. I mean, playing at this time of day. Because of the fact, of course, that everybody's waiting for news about Genesis. Lance is actually still streaming. I don't know for how much longer, though, because he is in the UK, and it's pretty late over there right now. I think it's like midnight over in the UK right now, or 1 a.m., something like that. So I don't know how much longer he's going to be going. And then there's Mystic, and there's Rasclark. You know what? I'm just gonna, let's raid Lance anyway, and y'all can say hi. Even if he is gonna raid out to somebody else soon. It looks like he's also got giveaways he's doing, which is fun. And then over on Twitch, who can we raid on Twitch? Okay, let's see. Couch Sentinel. I don't think I think he's a little, not so family friendly though. And so I don't think I'm gonna do that. There's Isizen. He's apparently doing an Extinction playthrough with his wife. That sounds kind of fun. Yeah, let's go raid him. Just tell him that I said hi. Alrighty, well, have a great rest of your night, everybody, and I'll see you next time. Have a good one, my friends, and bye-bye for now.